Oi, hello. Dude, see some of some dude. Oh shit, camera blocked. Dude, I had a freaking explosion last night. Shit exploded in my yard. Oh, not in my yard, but within view of my yard last night. It was crazy, bro. Straight crazy. Oi, here we go. Freaking the whole news article on it.
A fiery explosion made night look like day. That Blue Origin rocket went up in flames on our Space Coast. This morning, we're staying on top of this breaking news for you.
Lunar lander, the Blue Moon Mark II, that's going to launch humans, that was going to launch next year on Artemis 3. That's all in question now.
New question. Administrator Jared Isaac.
That's not what I wanted. But yeah, it fucking blew up the whole goddamn rocket. And last I checked, they were just letting the fuel burn over there.
Artemis 3, that's all in question now.
New questions about the future of space exploration after this setback, plus the steps starting today to figure out exactly what went wrong.
West 2 News starts now with breaking news.
Good morning. I'm Sana Kadange live from Cape Canaveral after last night Blue Origin.
I'll tell you exactly what went wrong. It was built in Florida. Florida employees, like, a lot of them do not give a fuck about their goddamn job or the quality of the job that they do. They just don't fucking care. So you end up with accidents like this, or people getting injured, or freaking extreme violently ill.
Rocket exploded on the space pad. We are going to have live coverage for you. It happened last night around 9 o'clock. Last night during a hot fire test for Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. The rocket was being prepared to launch as soon as next Thursday. We have team coverage for you on the Space Coast. But first, we want to get a check on our forecast. And for that, we send things back into studio.
All right, Sonica. Yeah, we'll check in. Our team is out there covering it for you. But one of the things that initially had been a question was weather part of this. We have heard from Blue.
No, weather was not part of it, dude. It was cloudy. There was some thunderstorms, but nothing hit. Nothing hit that freaking rocket. They just fucked up. Where's my freaking hat at, dude? I had a hat. What the hell gives? There we go. I got my hat on.
Origin, it doesn't appear weather was a factor,
Correct.
but this is still a big investigation that's ongoing.
And a huge talker for many of you, and we will get back to our coverage in a moment. But let's take you out the door to kick off your Friday with First Warning meteorologist Victoria Wisniewski. And Victoria, we know today is yet another, we've got more impact weather today.
Absolutely, Christina. Jason, good morning. Still some more impact weather as we head towards this afternoon and as we head towards the weekend as well. Afternoon showers and storms, increased moisture coming in from the Gulf. And so we're going to be looking at a flooding threat over the next couple days. You already saw yesterday, some of us already saw some significant rainfall up near areas of Palm Coast, Daytona, and DeLand. Those are some isolated higher rainfall amounts, but as we take a live look outside, we are nice and dry through this morning. Temperatures already in the upper 70s. Let's take a look at some clouds moving in, but good news, radar nice and dry. 75 in Orlando, 75 in Titusville. Good morning to Sanford, coming in at 74.
Breaking news this morning, the night sky lighting up last night as Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket explodes on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The company saying they experienced an anomaly during a hot fire test.
That's fucking huge. That is fucking massive. Like how? I want to know how that happened, dude. Okay, that's a lot more than just like 400 feet. That's like 1,000 feet up, half a mile into the air, mile.
NASA Administrator Jared
Holy
Isaacman
shit.
is expected at Kennedy Space Center today. We have Lime TV coverage for you here on the Space Coast after that explosion rocked the area and multiple communities nearby. We begin with Eric Burris out at Kennedy Space Center. Bob Hazen is also at a local restaurant at Cape Canaveral where people heard and saw the boom. But Eric, let's start with you this morning. What exactly happened here?
The Grills is a great restaurant. I went there once. Never went again, but it's a great restaurant.
Right. So before launch, you have to think about these things as being so complex. And so a very typical process is you get a rocket out to the pad, completely empty of fuel. You fuel it up, make sure that the pressurization is good, and then you run what is referred to as a static fire test. That's basically where you click on the engines, let them burn for a while the rocket is strapped to the pad. Think of it as that audition, making sure all the fuel is flowing properly, making sure all the engines are performing nominally. That way, when you unlatch the thing eventually and commit to launch, you should be in a good spot. That said, obviously, we saw an anomaly yesterday. The thing exploded. And looking at the video, take a look at this real fast. I want you to take a look.
Are you sure? Oh, yeah, that blew up. That is not normal.
Right. Obviously, that is not normal. But looking at the series of events, it started at the base of the first stage and kind of worked its way up to the top of the rocket. So the question then is, are the engines at fault? Is the lighting mechanism of the engines at fault? There's going to be a million questions and very few answers for officials to say today. But to give you a perspective of how big...
Yeah, it's the fuel delivery at fault. It's not, the engine isn't going to be at fault. The engine won't catch fire. It's the fuel. The way the fuel is delivered to the engine. Caught fire.
This is. It's not just
You leak
for
fuel
New
and
Glenn
it catches
for Blue
fire.
Origin. This has implications all the way through NASA. Ken Kramer is founder of one of those organizations that really watches space. Listen to what he had to say, coming from this space expert.
What is the impact on Artemis 3? Tremendous, because they need to launch that prototype lunar lander, the Blue Moon Mark II, that's going to launch humans. That was going to launch next year on Artemis 3. That's all in question now. We don't know when that's going to happen.
And that was a vehicle that was going to be launched on New Glenn. And the idea was, obviously, New Glenn was going to not only support Artemis 3, but was going.
New Glenn doesn't exist. Now they have to make a Glenn 2. That's freaking insane, though. Christmas.
Going to launch several different missions, putting things in place on the moon for Artemis 4, 5, and 6. Everything is in question, from the timeline of the Artemis missions right down to will Blue Origin be able to fulfill what is needed. And keep in mind, SpaceX isn't exactly having a walk in the park either with their work on the Super Heavy rocket. So there's a lot going on. Obviously, Jared Isaacman will be here at the Kennedy Space Center today with any discussion that he has, and we'll be bringing that to you as well. But for now, that's the very latest from the Kennedy Space Center. Eric Burris, WESH 2 News.
Wait a minute. That thing's still burning.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate?
No, certainly still.
I ain't burning no more. At least I can't see smoke.
A lot of questions here, Eric, and this is going to be the first time that Jared Isaacman and fellow space experts are going to be able to put eyes on the ground in the sunlight, because again, this happened in the middle of the night. The U.S. Coast Guard is also warning boaters about debris in the water. Take a look at this map here showing you the part that they've blocked off along the coast. Space launch and recovery operations will be conducted within the area marked in pink. We're also hearing from Blue Origin.
It never made it off the pad. It exploded, I guess. Projectile. Shit. But how the fuck did it project all the way out there? How come I haven't gotten anything in my yard? I want a souvenir.
Owner and founder Jeff Bezos, he put out a statement last night, one that a lot of people were waiting on. It reads, a law.
All personnel are poor and safe. Too early to know the route of the cause. Working on a very rough day. Building. Jeff Bezos got a mean face, yeah, dude. What's up with that? But you're not gonna rebuild anything. You have to build a new rocket, dude.
Personnel were accounted for and safe. It's too early to know the root cause, but we are already working to find it. Very rough day, but we will build whatever needs rebuilding and get back to flying. It's worth it.
Dude, that thing blown up. It's gonna be a huge amount of work for any metal shop in the area, because I would imagine the pad's probably gone. It looks like the tower itself actually blew up. Is aware of the anomaly that occurred today. It's not an anomaly.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, going to be on the ground today, but he released a statement.
Frozen's a very normal thing to happen. Pretty normal.
And saying NASA is aware of the anomaly that occurred at launch.
Not normal to happen, but normal to happen if you have a fuel leak.
Launch Complex 36 involving Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. Adding spaceflight is unforgiving, and developing new heavy lift launch capability is extraordinarily difficult. We will work with our partners to support a thorough investigation of this anomaly. In the meantime, people across Central Florida are reacting to this explosion. Let's get over now to Bob Hazen, who is live right outside of Grill Seafood Deck and Tiki Bar. This is in.
I fucking reacted to it, dude. That was the coolest fucking shit I've ever seen.
Canaveral. Bob, a lot of people were there at that grill yesterday. They saw the explosion, and like so many of us, were in awe.
Yeah, this place has a great view of the launch complex, and one woman says that she was here, she was watching it, and her jaw just dropped when it blew up.
I didn't know if it was like a nuclear bomb. I know that's so like extra, but I've never seen something like that in my life. I am 30 years old, born and raised in the Space Coast, and that was crazy. It shook the ground.
Well, people out here said they were especially confused because there wasn't supposed to be a launch around that time, so they didn't know what could have caused that blast. All kinds of things running through people's heads about the possibilities. Some of them, as you can imagine, went to extremes.
I've never felt so weird in my life. I thought.
You know what's crazy? Is the fact that that very well looks like a nuclear explosion. I turned around and seen it. The only thing I did, because I'm so welcome of death now at this point in my life, where I just like, okay, that's 9 o'clock at night. It looks like the sun's coming up. That's fucking insane right there.
We were under attack, to be honest with you. It didn't really hit me that it was a rocket until I got in my car.
I mean, if it was a nuke, there's nothing. There would have been nothing that I would have been able to do. There's nothing anyone would have been able to do. It would have just went off. Well, it went off. Would have been done. I'm in the shockwave zone of a bomb. So everything around me would probably be freaking leveled. I'd probably be in debris. I'd be radioactive as fuck right
heading
now.
Back home, and I watched the orange glow in the sky. Just kept going over the other way.
Now, one woman 80 miles away in Ormond by the Sea told us that she could hear it as well. It even registered on her doorbell camera. Just a massive spectacle for everyone out here on the Space Coast. Covering Brevard County Live in Port Canaveral, Bob Hazen, West.
That wasn't the rocket going off. That's not the fucking explosion going off. The sound register on my doorbell camera.
One woman 80 miles away in Ormond by the Sea told us that she could hear it as well. It even registered on her doorbell camera. Just a massive spectacle for everyone out here on the Space Coast. Cover Ormond.
Sky just kept going.
It sounds like
the
it's
other
just
way.
smacking something against the wall.
Now, one woman 80 miles away in Ormond by the Sea told us that she could hear it as well. It even registered on her doorbell camera. Just a massive spectacle for everyone out here on the Space Coast. Covering Brevard County Live in Port Canaveral, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
And as we talk about this rocket, you might be asking yourself, what exactly is this rocket? We got you some more information this morning. Per Blue Origin's website, the vehicle is powered by 7 engines, which use liquid oxygen and liquefied natural gas. Each engine, called a BE4, generates 640,000 pounds force thrust. On Blue's website, the company says the first stage is designed for a minimum of 25 flights. They also say it operates like a commercial airliner, but with a cleaner fuel, which Blue Origin claims will lead to significantly less waste and cost. We also know there are supposed to be launches significantly less waste and cost.
Less waste and less cost. Yeah. They just set themselves back like $10 million last night. They probably set themselves back for then $2 million in labor alone.
We also know there are supposed to be launches happening today. SpaceX is supposed to launch a Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station around 8 o'clock. As of right now, the company's website is still counting down to that mission. No word on what impacts, if any, last night's explosion will have on future launches. And of course, we will be covering this all morning long on Sunrise. Coming up in our next half hour, we're going to go a little bit deeper into what exactly played out last night. We also know this is not the first time that we've seen an explosion on the Space Coast. We're going to delve a little bit further back into the history of Blue Origin and SpaceX. Right now, we're going to send things back into the studio. Reporting live from Cape Canaveral Space Force, Sonica Dange, West 2 News.
All right, Sonica, we appreciate the coverage, and for our whole team out there, this will continue all morning long on Sunrise.
Listen up!
Don't care. Yeah. That was something last night. The fact that it could have been a fucking nuke going off. Like they just dropped a fucking nuke there on that Russian sub that's been tracking up and down the freaking coast for ages, years, decades now. And fucking no one was scared of the fucking damn thing. It's scary. Like people are just perfectly accepting if a nuke goes off. Okay, whatever. Boom, 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 SpaceX. I think SpaceX has a live channel. Live feed on YouTube. They got things.
Sort of split in focus a bit this morning between this launch and
bet.
the New Glenn explosion in the overnight
That's
hours.
happening.
That's obviously a quite big space news headline and a bit of really important local news here in Brevard County as well. So felt for those who
Cool. I have to also get a video of this.
Live that it was important to let folks know what was happening and where things stand this morning, and there's quite a bit to talk about. Where the Falcon 9 launch stands as far as its progress towards liftoff. They started prop load at T-minus 35 minutes, loading RP-1, rocket-grade kerosene on board the Falcon 9's first and second
This is my
stages.
backyard, by the way. Or front yard, or side, whatever.
35-minute mark as well. We're approaching 18.5 minutes before the planned liftoff of this launch vehicle. Liquid oxygen set to flow on board the upper stage in just about 2.5 minutes time.
I'm gonna go get more coffee. I'll be right back.
This Falcon 9 rocket will deliver 29 Starlink V2 mini optimized satellites up into low Earth orbit. This mission is the 643rd Falcon 9 rocket launch to date, the 61st of the year so far. Of those 61 launches, 49 of them will have been in support of SpaceX's Starlink constellation. Realize we've been amiss with some of the other bit of housekeeping that we usually do at the top of the broadcast. Forgive me for that. It's been a bit of a wild ride for the last 12 hours or so. Do want to thank the more than 2,600 of you who are watching along with us live at this point in the count. We appreciate you being with us for this point in our coverage of the Starlink mission. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button and sharing this stream. allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. I mentioned it at the top, but our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast today. After a very long night, our photographer, Adam Bernstein, is back once again manning the cameras to bring us these live pictures. This one actually is from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs, but the other camera views that you've been seeing are from Adam, such as this one. Just under 16 and a half minutes to the planned liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket. Photographer John Pisani will be back with us later tonight in our coverage of the Atlas V rocket. Michael Caine also shooting this morning as well. But if you're not following our photographers, you can find them at their handles here on X. Adam is at ABurnNYC. Michael is at MD Caine Jr. John is at John Pisani Photo.
Oh shit, they're showing important people.
Follow me. I'm also at W_Robinson Smith. Most importantly, though, be sure to follow Spaceflight
I don't really
Now,
care.
simply at Spaceflight Now, where you can find a mixture of all of our work. We're also on Blue Sky Threads and Facebook for those of you who are not on X. We've been showing you some camera views from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. We'll be joined with tracking assistance by our friend Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions as well as we get into the post-liftoff part of the show. I want to thank our moderators in the chat who are helping
White
us out
House
this
is
morning.
probably
Thanks
gone.
to M. Teresa, who may be holding it down solo at the moment. If so, we certainly appreciate
Dude, I don't want to miss this
that
launch.
support, and to one of our channel members, Cumulus Granadas, for helping to answer folks' questions in the chat. And a big thanks, of course, to our wonderful channel member community here on YouTube who help make this and every other live launch opportunity possible. So big thanks to folks like
Watch
Charles
this.
Boyer.
I'll show you my
a friend of the channel over
my
at
POV.
Talk of Titusville, the local public.
Bet. Here we go. This is my POV. Last night of that shit. You want to talk about a crazy freaking explosion? Look at this shit, bruh.
Missed it. Wow. Just like daylight out here from that motherfucker, dude. I just missed it. Wow. You can see the fucking red. That's crazy. That bitch lit up like fucking daylight, bro. That was crazy. Right as soon as I fucking goddamn got the.
It actually did look like something might have blown up.
As soon as I got the fucking video going, that
You
bitch
see this
disappeared.
smoke cloud?
Yeah, give it a second. I might hear that shit.
That bitch blew up.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Just like daylight out here from that motherfucker, dude. I just missed it.
That literally looks like the freaking sun.
Locations here. Again, good morning, Will. Thanks to the mods, the photographers, and all who help out here for the coverage. Not many clouds in Miko, should be able to see it, which is good news there. Hope everyone who's
We're down to 12 minutes.
to see this Falcon 9 rocket has good visibility in their neck of the woods. It will be flying on a northeasterly trajectory upon leaving the pad here.
That away. Wait a minute.
Also, thanks to
I gotta
CHEATS
flip my camera.
for a very generous $25 super chat. Thank you, my friend, who says, folks probably need some coffee. Hope this helps.
That way.
Thank you for the kind words and for the super chat. And
Wait a minute.
if you happen to be
What?
watching this broadcast not live but in a replay fashion, you can always head on over if you'd like to support our coverage of NASA and the broader spaceflight industry. You can navigate over to our website, spaceflightnow.com/donate, or you can scan the QR code that you see here on your screen. It'll bring you to that same page. There's a description of a number of the items that we use, the funds from the YouTube super chats and from our channel
People donate the frickin'
members to support our ongoing independent
for
coverage.
real? Oh, how do I flip my camera? No. Full color range? Limited color? I'm gonna spend more time trying to flip my camera. What would it be? Is it a filter? It's not a filter, right? Um, Render delay. When is it again? Scaling and aspect ratio, I guess. Blend with the transfer. Man, I need to add more. I need to add more camera shit. I want more cameras. That's what I want. I want a lot more cameras.
Coverage of the space industry. Payload fairings or payload fairing halves on the Falcon 9 rocket. You can see they are very much flight proven fairing halves. SpaceX has certified its fairing halves and first stage boosters for up to 40 flights. The company doesn't often speak about the payload fairings and the number of missions that those have undertaken, but as far as the first stage boosters,
You can tell the capsule's been
Most
used
flown
a few
booster for
times already.
SpaceX has completed 34 flights to date.
How many boosters they got? They fucking send those things up like every other day.
As we're awaiting the liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket coming up here now, just under 7 minutes. Let's go ahead and talk about where the rocket will be flying once it does leave the pad. Talking a little trajectory.
Hey, look, that's my house.
The Falcon 9 rocket will be lifting off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The mission today, Starlink 10-53, will see the Falcon 9 fly off on a northeasterly trajectory along the east coast of the United States. Following stage separation, the first stage booster with the tail number B1085 will target a landing on SpaceX's now one and only East Coast-based drone ship called a Shortfall of Gravitas. The other drone ship that was in service to East Coast launches, called Just Read the Instructions,
The other one got blown
that
up.
was taken out of Falcon support service and has been re-outfitted.
I don't know if it got blown up, but
transport of Starship hardware.
it could have.
Following the landing on the booster on the drone ship, it will be brought back through to Port Canaveral and off to the Hangar X site for refurbishment. Same will be true with the payload fairing halves as they each splash down to the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, a little bit further downrange from where the booster lands on the drone ship. Following atmospheric reentry, they make their final splashdown under the support of steerable parachutes. They'll be brought aboard a recovery vessel like the one you see here on your screen and again brought through Port Canaveral off to the Hangar X site for refurbishment and to be turned around for future missions.
How do I have like 20 cables, but I don't have a single cable that is the correct cable? 20 cables, but I do not have the correct cable. Oh.
I'll look back at the fairing halves here.
Strong back retract.
And as you just heard, strong back retract is about to get underway. Nice view of landing zone 40 there on the left-hand side of the frame.
I'll bet. Found it.
You can now see the clamp arms just beneath the payload fairings are opening up, and soon the large truss structure to the right of the rocket from this camera's perspective will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9, and it will stay in that position until liftoff. Then at that point, it pulls back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9.
Doesn't pull back. That thing damn near freaking falls to the
Coming
ground.
up into the final few minutes of the count here today. In about 30 seconds time, we should hear a call from SpaceX that the first stage liquid oxygen tank has reached flight levels. Again, that's coming up at around T-minus 3 minutes.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And with that good call, we are awaiting a similar call regarding the Falcon 9 second stage. That should be coming at about T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
Here.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
With that call, the Falcon 9 rocket is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant.
1 million? Holy shit.
Just starting to see the ground gas closeouts as SpaceX releases the remaining liquid oxygen from the
It's like a
fuselage
pound
pad.
per pound of weight that they use.
Ground gas closeouts.
To move 1 pound takes 2 pounds. Pound for a pound and a pound for that pound. Pound for the other pound? I don't know. Takes a lot of fuel.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. Rocket entering into its automated startup sequence.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And we're now just awaiting confirmation from the SpaceX launch director to confirm that they are in fact go for launch today.
The launch director is go for launch.
And with that call, SpaceX is now just about 30 seconds away from the flight of this Falcon 9 rocket.
And when Blue Origin sent up their first rocket, they counted down. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Give us a minute. And freaking pause for like an hour. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're scrubbing.
7.
We're not doing
6,
this.
5, 4.
Going outside
3,
getting a video of this
2,
shit.
1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket on the Starlink 10-53 mission. The Falcon 9 has cleared the towers.
Any minute now. Might not be able to see it.
Falcon 9 now more than a minute into flight.
Oh, it hasn't exploded yet.
Approaching max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Max Q.
Passing through max Q, the Falcon 9 will throttle up back on the 9 Merlin engines.
Here comes the sound.
Approaching MVAC chill next.
Stage 2 engine chill.
Good call on the thermal conditioning of the Merlin vacuum engine on the rocket's upper
Wait a
stage.
minute. My headset picked this up.
SpaceX is coming to a few events next in rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO, at about T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds into the flight. That'll be followed seconds later by stage
I want to see if I can pick up the
and
rocket.
the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine. The fairing halves will separate at around the 3-minute mark in flight. We're just about 20 seconds away from MECO now.
Not picking up the rocket. Oh. Bro, I'm a dumbass, dude. I just recorded my face.
Stage separation.
The typical boomer shit. Looking at the camera. Look at that rocket.
And you can see second stage engine start in the big box.
MVAC ignition.
No, that was a fail.
Good visuals from the SpaceX onboard cameras as well. You're looking at tracking views from Pete Carstens at this moment.
Abandoned.
fairing should be
What?
separating now.
What did I get?
Fairing separation confirmed.
Those fairing halves will make their way to a splashdown in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, a little bit further downrange from where the first stage booster lands on the drone ship. Getting the booster catching some nice reflection there for a second. Those puffs you see.
I need to clear up the phone storage.
Getting a little bit hard to spot it given the lighting and the distance. Those are the cold gas thrusters, which help the Falcon 9 first stage booster.
Thing's 100 miles out. We're getting focused now.
Adjust its attitude or positioning as it makes its way towards a touchdown, coming up on the drone ship, of course, or excuse me, a short fall of gravitas. That other drone ship, of course, I Still Love You, will be brought to use on the next Vandenberg.
Depending on how far out that drone ship is, like I may actually be able to hear the sonic boom of it coming back.
A nice shot back here at the pad. A quick look at the plume remaining, hanging in the air like a cumulus cloud. As we're now nearing the 5-minute mark in flight today. The big box image captured by our photographer, Adam Bernstein.
Not exploding. I don't care.
Switching now to the onboard cameras since
I watched Blue Origin destroy millions of dollars within a matter of a few seconds. Like I want to see shit blow up.
Do catch the entry burn, which is coming up in less than 1 minute's time, will bring those camera views in, but the lighting may make it a little bit difficult. Taking a look up through the interstage there on the left-hand side of your screen. This flight today is the 16th mission for this particular first stage booster, 1085. This booster was originally planned to have its first flight support NASA's Crew 9 mission. However, when it was transported from SpaceX's testing facilities in McGregor over to Cape Canaveral, there was some damage that caused water intrusion onto the booster. About to start that entry burn here.
Stage 1 engine burn startup.
This burn will last less than 30 seconds.
Stage 1 engine burn shutdown.
And with the conclusion of that entry burn, coming up next will be the single engine landing burn. That'll bring the booster to a safe touchdown on the drone ship. And after the booster lands, don't go anywhere because we will have a roundup of all the launch views that we captured this morning in a nice montage for everyone. So be sure to stick around to see all those various angles of liftoff.
I have a montage. I wish I could just fast forward this.
And I'm going to retract everything I just said. Unfortunately, our replay system is offline this morning, so we will unfortunately not be able to bring you those just promised replays.
Stage 1 transonic.
It means someone forgot to hit the record button.
Booster traveling below the speed of sound now.
Well, the guy didn't come in today.
is in terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Dude, normally I won't even bother watching these or going outside to see the rockets, but the fact that Blue Origin just exploded one last night actually have me interested.
Landed safely on the drone ship.
Yeah, no shit. Audio pop.
MVAC shut down.
There's an audio pop just then. No shit. The fucking rocket, dude.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And with a good confirmation of the desired orbit achieved, the upper stage will now coast until T plus 52 minutes, 4 seconds time post liftoff. There will be a 1 second burn to circularize its orbit, and then the Starlink satellites will be deployed at T plus 1 hour, 1 minute, 26 seconds post liftoff.
That's crazy.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and turn now to our mission stats as they currently stand. With a good liftoff and landing of the first stage booster, that wraps up the 16th flight for 1085. That was SpaceX's 643rd Falcon 9 launch to date, the 61st.
If I knew there was gonna be a launch today, I could have went out and I could have took the time to set up a camera and live streamed it.
Booster reflight for the launch of a booster that has flown at least once.
But, you know, I don't keep up with this shit, so.
Within the last 365 days. The 328th orbital flight for SpaceX from
Whatever.
40.
Wait, the what? You're on a what flight?
And the 383rd overall orbital launch from this pad. Here's a look at the Falcon family of rockets bar chart year over year. Moving along to some recovery stats, this was the 152nd 8th SpaceX drone ship landing, the 616th SpaceX booster landing, and the 618th overall landing of an orbital class rocket, including the 2 successful landings by Blue Origin's booster called Never Tell Me the Odds. Just sticking to that point for a second, one thing that will
Don't tell me the
obviously
odds.
be examined throughout the course of the post-explosion investigation.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. Off of being in the courthouse. Uh, yeah, for last night, I can finally say I know what a freaking nuke looks like. Um, Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's go. Uh, Reels. Hey, let's go. Let me I'm gonna tag people in this shit. I don't want that. I just want to post in general. Does Facebook freaking take down my post? The fuck? Well, there it is. Let's see. How do I just I wait. I just what am I call it? If I edit a post on Facebook, I just do at everyone, right? Is that how it works? Uh, how to tag everyone on your friends list on Facebook? Be author of a post inside a Facebook group. Start new post. Comment. Wait, I gotta do it in the comments. That okay. That doesn't work. So how the hell do I get that shit to work? Like, friends with things in common, no? Alright. Are they still,
Investigation at launch complex.
I don't got nothing else. But no, that rocket. Alright, so this is a better view of what that shit going off last night. Was intense. Hands down the craziest thing ever to happen. How would I make brown? Oh, that. Um, there we go. Bet. Boop, boop, boop. Marker. What? How is it all? Yeah. There we go. I'll be right back. I got to poo. Dang, coffee, man. Maybe or get your AI fucking viewers here at Weeboo. Yes. Does that delete them from map chat too? No. But I want to do that. No, bro, that's not what I want. This shit. Oh well, whatever. I want to save that. I like this one. Oh yeah, explosion. Rocket go boom. Rocket go boom. Rocket go boom. Funny. The rocket went go boom boom. Tell me why I felt like rocket explosion was relevant enough to post to Instagram, right? But for some reason I lost. But somehow I lost followers. Oh, I was like at 300. Used to be at like 400. Is like I just steadily been losing people. Whenever I post anything, I lose people. 5 comments. I don't. But what was it? FYP for you page. It says I have comments, but I can't see them. The hell? Edit. Hashtag FYP. I think that's the tag. I don't know it. I don't know these all these fancy Instagram tags like that. It's like a friend sees that like I'm posting stuff and they get pissed off. Like someone that I've known for ages, went to school with and shit, like they see like, oh, he, he's getting he's getting views on a video posted. I don't like them for that. People be weird. Alright, so this is go through my saved reels. So much shit on here, dude. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Screw up, ban. Armor ban. Guy snuck in here when I was on a poop break, dude. How dare he? How dare he? I don't know what game I want to play. I've already done. I already went through the news. What am I gonna do? Walk off into the field with just a little bit of fun. Um, what, 11 random views? Dude, what? How many views did I have yesterday? I had 7 people? Bro, that's crazy. I didn't know I had 7 people up in here yesterday. Uh-oh. Let's see, engagement. Dude, I made a whole dollar yesterday. That's mental right there. That's the most I've ever profited. Look at this. This is the most I ever made in a day. 93 cents. Fucking insane, bro. Oh wait, you can't even. Shit, you can't even see that. Move my camera over here. 93 cents, bro. Insane. Freaking insane, bro. Freaking insane, bro. What I want to do, I want to get my Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go. This is what I want to get. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed as the Blue Origin rocket exploded in Kennedy Space Center. You can easily see that this explosion goes at least 400 feet into the air. This is the kind of shit I have to see. This looked like the sun was rising from where I live. In the land of the rising sun, they call us in Florida. Check this out. I'll go over here, go here. Uh, Twitch channel. Check that at the end. Go here. Uh, Twitch channel. Now I can just clip it. Can you see that? Move my camera over here. 93 cents, bro. Wait a minute. I literally just watched a video of a rocket exploding. Alright, there we go. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go, this is what I want to get. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed as the Blue Origin rocket exploded in Kennedy Space Center. You can easily see that this explosion goes at least 400 feet into the air. Where does this end up? Shit, I have to see. This looked like the sun was rising from where I live. In the land of the rising sun, they call us in Florida. Check this out. I'll go over here. Wait a minute. Did I do this right? The rising sun, they call us in Florida. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go. This is. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go. This is what I want to get. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed as the Blue Origin rocket. Boom! Exploded in Kennedy Space Center. You can easily see that this explosion goes at least 400 feet into the air. I want to bring that down more. This is the kind of shit I have to see. I'm lazy. It looked like the sun was rising from where I live. In the land of the rising sun, they call us in Florida. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go. This is what I want to get. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed as the Blue Origin rocket exploded in Kennedy Space Center. My face. You can easily see that this explosion goes at least 400 feet into the air. 400 feet is more like 1,000. Now that I've seen how big it is, a fly. This is the kind of shit I have to see. Feature clips, add this story. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed. There we go. I don't know if that's immediately gonna go to my stories or not. Alright, so this is a better view of what can now be confirmed as the Blue Origin rocket exploded in Kennedy Space Center. You can easily see that this explosion goes at least 400 feet into the air. Make a TikTok. That's what I think I should be making. Oh, wait. This one's even better. This is from outside on a porch, like 100 feet away from where I live. This is in Florida. This here is the SpaceX rocket exploded on the pad. So I got that wrong. It wasn't SpaceX. It's Blue Origin, but still. Still absolutely mental that I see shit like this. It won't. Like, oh, this one's even. This one's even better. This one's even better. This is from outside on a porch, like 100 feet away from where I live. My crazy bum here. Living in Florida. This here is the SpaceX rocket exploding on the pad. So I got that wrong. It wasn't SpaceX. Why that shit so laggy? Oh, it's Blue Origin, but still. I know why it's being so laggy. React to my own fucking clips I freaking posted last night, dude. This is peak streamer bullshit. I'm reacting to my own shit. At least I have my own shit to react to. This one's even better. This is from outside on a porch, like 100 feet away from where I live. Living in Florida. This here is the SpaceX rocket exploding on the pad. So I got that wrong. It wasn't SpaceX. It's Blue Origin, but still. Alright, clip made. Where the hell do I exit this? There we go. I missed it when Twitch used to just open up like a secondary page automatically for clipping. So you can keep the stream going and then clip on a different page. Clip for my whole freaking 10 people who actually watch this shit. What was that shit? Armor 3? What? $30? Game came out in like 2010, dude. How is it $30 still? I know what. Alright, Road to Bakuda. Oh, plus stock. Plus stock. Call it Bakuda. Plus stock. Um, but let's play a game, dude. I already have Road to Vostok installed. Then Bruce. Road to Bruce. No, save. Um, there we go. Ba, 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 ba. I never played this. I don't know if it's even good. What? I like a little stand right here. Bet. I'm gonna look over and I can read chat right here. I hate menu music. I'm not playing that shit. Not doing it. Probably do a tutorial, dude. Oh. Shit, I never, there we go. That'll work much better. What? Look, I turned up the power. Why is it laggy when I turn up the power? Oi. Maybe 15 watts is enough, right? Oh, not have that on. Window. Down full screen. Window mode, I guess. Oh, dude. Open? Like, come on, Armory Crate.
Joku päivä vielä.
I don't get it. No guns in here. How the hell do I turn on the radio? You. No. No VSync. You. Turn that shit off, dude. Turn down the shadow detail because my computer's F. I hate music. Weapons. Left, me, right. Forward, backwards. Left, right, crouch, jump, raise weapon, mouse. Can't do aim, middle mouse button, fire, left mouse, reload, R, ammo check is Z, fire mode, F, U, inspect weapon, middle mouse button. Cool, the one button on my computer that doesn't really fucking work.
Положение на границе очень тревожное. Никто не знает, что происходит на самом деле.
Seuraavana huomisen sää. Lännestä saapuu Suomeen korkeapaineen alue ja aurinkoista.
There are language check on here? No.
Säätä on luvassa koko maa.
I take these. Oh. These items, objects logically have storage. Oh shit, so this is like dude, I have these features. I do, Cap. Peanuts! Fuck yeah. Get some mustard too. Wait.
Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla?
Pretty easy to get overweight in here. Do these have insulation values on them? See that. So it's just a drag and drop deal. Click and grab. Um,
Ilmojakin sopinen. Koskahan tää ehtis lomailla.
so I can just dump everything on the ground. Hey, Mo. Light and medium. Dump everything on the ground and fucking click. That might not be the best idea. Carry a shit ton of weight though. Oh. Mo, you want to guess what happened last night, man? Hey. Where'd that go? There it is. Mags in here? I just bet. Oh, this is gonna be. Does it say what the mag goes? Wait, that's supposed to be like a M4, so that's 5.56, right? Come on. Tag mag. Yeah, 5.56. So that'll be these mags. I don't even see 5.5 in here. Oh, all right. It's on the 223. That's kind of lame. By 19. Hey, no. Where did that's a Glock mag. A G7.
Tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksaisi. No niin.
Attachments? Sweet weapon attachments. That should go on there. That goes on there. PBS. Put it on there.
Oispa niinku ennen vanhaa.
Was to change weapon sight.
Tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksaisi. Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla.
Wait, fuck yeah, take that.
I kill all of you.
Why can't I just hit fire?
What is funny when the man
Okay. I don't like this tutorial though. So, I don't know if you're still there. Um, check this shit out. Ba, 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 ba. Dude, I turned the menu music off. The hell? Turn that off. YouTube. Went outside last night around 9 o'clock. Sat down at the neighbor's house smoking a cigarette. And I seen this. This was a explosion over at the Space Center. It literally looked like it was like daylight when that thing went off. Freaking crazy stupid. You want to talk about lighting? That's the craziest thing ever I ever seen. I seen shit catch on fire. I seen shit blow up. That's the first time I ever seen something like that. I'll be right back. Origin. Wait a minute. What the? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was the Blue Origin rocket exploding. There's a better view of it. This is from probably shot in like Titusville. So it just like mushroom cloud. It well, turned into a freaking mushroom cloud. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Punching it. It didn't make any noise. I was far, I guess I was far enough away where I we didn't get the noise. Random stock kit. Hey. Just fucked myself. Just fucked myself. I got no ammo. Just chucked my ammo on the ground. I'm freaking peak genius over here. Uh, 3 years, maybe? Yeah, 3 years, at least. Maybe longer. I don't even take care of it, I just let it grow.
Seuraavana huomisen sää. Ja siltä väliltä kehoitamme ottamaan tämän huomioon pukeutumisen.
I'm getting 39 frames. Awesome. How do I? Ah, oh, ag. Do I gotta open them or? Oh. Phew. Zoom tight? It won't let me. Won't let me reload. Hold R. Pressing R. Holding R. Not reloading. I think not 12 gauge or something? Like, what's the deal? 1270, this is 1270 ammo. R's to reload and won't let me reload. I'll be right back. Forgot to do my YouTube gaming. There we go. How the hell do I reload a shotgun on here, though? Oh, great. There's gonna be a guy in here I need to fight, murder or something. Can't load a gun. Heard the angry Russian screaming. Fuck. Bro, that's crazy. Bum, 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 bum. Why won't it let me reload? Reload is R. It won't let me reload a shotgun. Quick game. Starting a new game. I'm not. Hey! Not what I wanted to do. What the hell? Hello, Maddie. How you doing? Hello, GL. Alright. So it gives you random weapons. I'm running around pantsless, I guess. I know there's gonna be nothing in here. Got 5 people watching. What are you guys doing? I know I'm gonna have an angry Russian running at me. What's that? Tape. I can make a bottle suppressor with that. I take this rope too, or no? No rope? Duffel bag? Backpack. Oh wait. No, that's not a knife. Raw. Take all the shit I can get right now. Just sleep on random beds. Fuck. Yeah, I thought someone was like outside my door. Yahtzee. And that. I just walk back to the cabin and like offload some of this stuff, I guess. Wait, is there a map in here? No. Dude, I hate it. My nose is always itchy as shit. I look like a freaking cokehead. Dude, uh, I look like a fucking cokehead when I need to itch my nose. Uh, let's put all this shit in my nightstand. Oh wait, fuck. Cabinets, I guess. Just empty cans or cans of food. Oh, transfer. How long does it take to actually get to the village? bus stuck, whatever. Road is this way, I guess. Here. What's energy is that? Nice. Those are just empty cans. That's like scrap metal. What? Okay. Got ammo for that gun too, didn't I? No, I got matches. Fuck it. I equip that anywhere? No. There it is. I'm also not wanting to work, that's what it is. Yeah, how am I supposed to... I need to get a better mouse. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. I need a better mouse. God, I do. I also need a new mic. A new microphone. Oh, there it is. My input not... Like, I'm... Look at this. As I freaking blind myself. Okay, there we go. What? The fuck? Alright. There we go. It's actually a lot nicer than them. Might need to make that the default for armor too. Armies. shit. The fuck is he? That's a freaking full auto gun. Where'd he go? He's flanking. Close enough for my pistol will actually do damage, or? Did I hit him and he like died? He's fucking bleed out over here or something? Nah, that's not the same guy. Bruh. So, I have a gun. I'll be right back. IBRB. Why? Why does Maddie Arco have a little mute thing? Why you got a little mute thing, Matt? Watching without individuals with unreliable or no sound can select this badge. Oh, that's a cool badge. Your little mute badge. I don't like the tutorial on here. What? Okay. Good. I wonder, does like my body sit there? Like, does my body load in when I die? Or is it just gone forever? Day, new loot. What is this? That's 9 mil. There's the fucking bastard. Hit ya.
Helvetin rotta! Haista paska!
Eltone. Energy, I guess? I see trader.
Jaahas, kauanteko kiinnostais? Näkemiin ja onnea matkaan.
What? Alright, so how do I do this?
Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla?
$7,000, holy shit. What are guns worth? Uncommon, and it's only worth not even 2? That's ridiculous, bro.
Tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksais.
No, I want to sell my shit, dude. Take my shit. Take my TP. Take my TP. Take my extra clothing, my extra boots, duct tape. You take that thing too. Yeast you can have. What else? Duffel bag. There you go.
Oispa niinku ennen vanhaa.
Come on.
tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksais. Tervetuloa uudemman kerran. Ja sitten tavaraa pöydälle.
I don't want this.
Joku
You,
päivä vielä.
I want you to take the duffel bag. He's like, no, I need nothing. I need none of your crap. Your products are crap. Please don't.
Tervetuloa uudemman kerran.
Okay, well, what can I buy from you?
Joku päivä vielä. No niin.
Can't buy shit from them either. I would like to
No
buy
niin,
one
leukarin
cabinet.
eteenpäin.
Sir, I would like to buy a cabinet. Will you let me buy a cabinet, sir?
Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla.
Look, I have money.
Kauppaa kannattaa aina. Hei nyt sitten.
It just won't let me do a...
Tervepä terve.
Oh no. How much is this worth? Whoa.
Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla.
Okay, I guess I have to wait for him to for his timer to reset because I can't afford any of that crap. Oh look! Oh look, they got peanuts! They got peanuts! Awesome. No, I figure why can't I just buy? Why does it gotta be a trade? I'll wait for him to reset again, I guess.
Ja seuraavaan kertaan.
Pop a squat and hang out. Get Wait a minute, I gotta go check something.
Tupakkamies on aina tupakkamies.
Shit, you wanna talk about unprofessional? The freaking random air conditioning guy just parked up in the yard. Like, dude, not only do you not know where the freaking lot lines are, dude, like you just pulling in someone's yard.
Koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla?
That's fucking ridiculous.
Tervepä terve.
Well, I gotta go. I have to say something, dude.
Joku päivä vielä.
Alright, no screws. That's what's up.
Ilmojakin se on pidellyt.
That's awesome. He was actively sitting up there taking out screws, like, oh, I got no screws. Go.
Ois paniko ennen vanhaa.
Those guys just resupplies every 10 minutes. That's cool. Oh shit. I need a cabinet, though. I need a cabinet.
Ilmojakin se on pidellyt. Tupakkamies on aina tupakkamies.
That's better.
No niin, leukarintaa ja eteenpäin.
Don't give me something better.
Joku päivä vielä. Ois paniko ennen vanhaa.
This guy overvalues this shit way too much. Shit. You know what? Give me a task. Deliver toilet paper. And there's it down. Little tiny cat. Over there.
Tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksais.
Where do I go? Oh wait. Okay.
Kuinka sitä voidaan oikein auttaa? koskahan sitä ehtis lomailla. Tiedät, mistä meikäläisen löytää. Näkemiin.
Unload it. Alright, but...
Mitäs sais herralle olla?
You take that.
Tiedätkö, aina ei vaan jaksais.
So,
Kiitoksia.
hey, the guy's actually gone.
Kyllä. Näkemiin. Ilmojakin se on pidellä. Terve. Heippa hei.
Oh, let's go. My cabinet here. Dude. I get ripped off. For rotate. Depends. I have no idea what, like when I talk, there's a rumbling, or in game noise. I have no idea what, like when I talk, there's a rumbling, or in game noise. Barely hear the fucking game. Ah, that's probably what it was. You're like barely hearing the game audio. That's what it is. That's probably what it was. You're like barely hearing the game audio. That's what it is. Yeah, rumbling would be game audio, just not really coming in or coming over. Doesn't heal me. Okay, I like kind of bullshit. I don't get a free heal from sleeping. If I could eat the mustard. Nice. Can I eat yeast? You do. That's disgusting, bro. That is disgusting. I want to see how far I can actually wander. I look like it's the edge. You go no further. Wow, just the invigorating demo. It really makes me want to buy the game. He ran right up on me. Oh, that sucks. Oh. What are they giving me for a gun this time? No gun? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, what game? Oh, like what else? Uh, Fortnite, I guess. The Fortnite. Content. No. I'm not looking for. But dude, I'm hitting records every day right now. I got about an all-time natural high for live views. Well, not all time. I think I did like 60 live views or 100 when I first started. Um, Max viewer of 5. It's not the highest I've done, but that's up there. But I've steadily been freaking like steadily growing. Dude. 4 people right now. And I don't know. Yesterday was freaking the most I ever made, 93 cents. Crazy. Never did that good before. Discovery is up. My charts are getting a little better and a little better day by day. That's awesome. You people are awesome for that. For you guys. And there's an ad playing right now. So no one can even hear it. All-time payout. $30, bro. $20 away. Right window? Oh, that's a DayZ one. Uh, yeah, that's supposed to be Fortnite. Oh, I know why, because I got my play capture up. So, dude, why does it always do this? You want to talk about things being annoying? Somehow I put yeah, change the YouTube. Um, oh shit, no, I got something better. I just seen it. Where is it? There was an update 22 minutes ago, dude, on the explosion that happened. Um, second. Uh, that was an update on this. What am I doing? Where am I going? Display capture. There we go. Bro. I think that's the launch pad, maybe? Which one? Which pad is it? That the one? No. So is this the pad that exploded? Like, which one is it? Show me where the explosion happened. Show me where ULA touched you. There's so many of these buildings. Eh, I thought there was only like one building out there. I want to see where the explosion actually happened. So they're building a new launch pad. Well, I don't understand. Shit comes in like this shit that comes in. That's where they keep the Triton subs. The submarines that launch nuclear weapons. And I used to work like right over here somewhere. Maybe it was over here. Yeah, looks like. No, that's a parking garage. That's a cruise terminal. I used to work over here. But they keep the nuclear subs in here. I think. I believe they launch nukes. But I don't understand. Shit gets delivered out to the port, and they ship it out onto the main road, apparently, and ship it up US 1 over here. At least people claim all the large shit going down US 1 coming from the port was going to the Space Center when they could just right into the Space Center. That's not it, is it? Launch pad was it? I just want to see the destroyed launch pad. That's crazy. All those DLA buildings, I never even looked out that way, so I can't even see those buildings. I know where the BAB is, like over there. Not it. That's not the one where the explosion happened. There should be a big old freaking burnt fucking rocket sitting on it. Oh, that is it. Shit, the whole rocket fucking exploded. Damn. All that shit's destroyed. It's crazy that like this building, like is this building a lot further away than what it looks or something? Cause not damaged. That's after that's after the explosion last night. Ain't fucking nothing left of that shit. Oy. That fire was massive too. Like I walked straight out over to the river. I walked out onto the river and you can see the fire reflecting off of the river. I'm there's a whole other island in between me and where this is at. She beat up her husband. Yeah, that's a Florida video right there. The lady beating her husband. That's after. So the explosion's massive. Oh, look at the stats. These stats, man. Uh, here it is. This is current stats. How many people have came through view? How many new people have came in and viewed today? Has it been higher before? but they're steadily climbing up and staying up now for me. Instead of just falling off. I'm getting higher and higher stats. Awesome. I'm slowly growing audience. Punk sucks now. How is Punk suck? First of all, this guy isn't Punk. Like this guy is way beyond Punk. Like he's some, I would say, emo.
Yeah, there's a cartoon of a punk girl pointing at a poster with a bunch of rules on it. Two things. I need you to consider the concept of a punk pointing at rules, okay? So straight up top, throw it in the bin. It's a punk pointing at a poster of rules to follow like it's 1984. Fucking retarded. Secondly, you can't be homophobic. You can't be transphobic. This only works if a leftist understanding of any of those fucking things was accurate. But it's not. They are ever-shifting proximates. As soon as you think you are as unracist as you can possibly be, suddenly you've been slapped with an innate...
He's right. Like, we're getting a list of rules and being Punk? No. Punk is strictly defying rules. You can be homophobic and be Punk. You can be a racist and be a Punk. You know, like you can be anything and still be Punk. Doesn't really matter. This guy is a extremely try hard Punk though. Up tattoo. This whole like he's more goth than he is Punk.
sense of racism because you are white. Yes, you're a super mega ultra ally and you let blacks sleep in your house and smash your shit and you don't complain about it. You let blacks and Muslims stab your children and don't complain about it. Both of those two things I just said actually happened recently. You can tick every box. I'm still being called a racist by simply existing. It's an ever-shifting proximate. Before, being homophobic was seeing just a gay dude sitting on a bench and being like, ha ha ha. Now, it's just disagreeing with them buggering the children that they buy. You think they should be allowed to do that? No! Surprisingly, I don't think they should. They don't know what the fuck the definitions are. You can't be transphobic. You don't know what that means. Every time that we change our language and our behavior and our attitudes about things, you find a fucking new way for us to continue being transphobic. Or did we forget the reason why they're so insistent on them getting into your bathrooms where your daughters are going for a piss? Or where your wife is changing before going swimming? The reason why those things exist and the reason why they're so pissed off about it is because we gave them everything else. Yeah, there's a cartoon.
People are pissed off about trans people using the lake. Well, trans men in particular, not women using the men's room. They're not pissed about that. They're pissed about the fucking men, the trans men, using that term loosely, going into the freaking ladies' room. And let me tell you, some of the trans men out there is literally just a dude speaking on fucking some meth or cocaine, fentanyl, whatever, wearing a fucking dress, and he thinks he's a lady because he's fucking so high. He is just an extremely high fucking person that thinks he's a fucking lady. And he's not. He's not a lady, dude. They worry about fucking men that are high on drugs, that would be meth, coke, crack, fucking whatever, Molly, that is just putting on a dress saying he's a lady. A guy that is going through, what is it called? That's a delusional state. That's what they're worried about. Not worried about actual trans people. Actual trans people generally cool. They're chill. But you got people out there who are actively making it worse for them.
Alex HB
Oh,
1970 something. Thank you for the 2. It's called a Roman. Lone Wolf and Cub, thank you for the 2. Time to be less sophisticated and more animalistic.
What's he
No,
going
because even
on
when we go
about?
nuts, because you're a democratic system. Fucking bitches ever hired for anything ever?
This dude's pretty
Desk
big.
job, Excel spreadsheets,
But what's
maybe
more, his
SQL.
shit- I mean, he's like a try-hard punk, but like he's trying real hard with the fucking makeup. And Punk isn't just wearing all fucking black, dude. Come on. The LED sign guy? LED sign guy is cool. I mean, I guess he's not always try hard. Shit. This dude definitely. Oh.
Yeah, there's a cartoon of a punk girl pointing.
Can't be punk and also be racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic. It's impossible. It does happen.
Yeah, there's a cartoon of a punk girl pointing at a poster
How
with a
do
bunch of rules
I-
on it.
How would I pin a link to the YouTube? Copy. That guy's fucking base. Uh, 120 minutes. Base. Oh, wait a minute. 120 minutes. Base. You guys cool shit. I don't care. He's just straight out there with it. I like that video.
Yeah, there's a cartoon of a punk girl pointing at a poster with a bunch of rules on it. 2 things I need you to consider: the concept of a punk pointing at rules, okay?
I hate it when dude does that shit. I want to see if there's anything else on the Blue Origin explosion. Worse than no. Well, yeah, no shit. It's not worse than what it looked.
Oh, I blew
I don't know.
on the launch pad.
That is crazy. And not normal.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Wow, that just lit up.
There's the shockwave.
Are you videoing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is insane. Wow. Well, I hope nobody was out there working on it.
I know. Oh my God.
You know, it's funny that people think like things can just blow up at random. If it blows up, they're running the engines. Like that's how it works. Like it's not gonna blow up just sitting there. Yeah, a fuel tank could blow up. Fuel tank explosion could very well kill people, but it wasn't a fuel tank, it was a rocket blowing up.
It's hard to tell, but the clouds are orange out there. And, I mean, there is clearly a fire still below. Alright, we're in Cape Canaveral, Florida. And about 10 minutes ago, the sky lit up, glowing. The entire sky, probably covered the whole city of Cape Canaveral. And then we heard a big boom as we're looking out where
Yeah, I spent a few hours to make a video.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. This had been looking like a great week for Blue Origin, right up until 9 p.m. East Coast time, when their latest New Glenn booster exploded during a test firing. So this footage is from NASA Spaceflight, their Space Coast live stream. They had cameras at the site and they caught.
I think, looking at this, wait, where is it? I think these are what they were shipping down the roadway. They look the same at least. I don't remember if they were blue or if they were white. But I see an object similar to these tubes, the white part here, getting shipped down the road.
And if you want to watch all their angles, you can go and watch their stream. I just want to talk about what I see here and what are the implications, because while this looks like a fairly big explosion, its effects are far beyond the fireball that we are witnessing. So let's put the situation in perspective. Back in April, we had the launch.
This guy knows so much. Only a few hours after the explosion, he has in Murphy, probably in Ireland somewhere, and he knows all the effects
of New Glenn
the rocket.
flight number 3. This
only
was with the booster.
Only a few hours after it went off. Okay.
Never tell me the odds. And while the booster operated flawlessly, there was a problem with the upper stage. That problem resulted in the payload from AST Space Mobile being deployed into a useless orbit and deorbiting soon afterwards. The FAA asked for an investigation because if the upper stage didn't relight its engines correctly, it could result in it being deorbited in the wrong location. That investigation closed just last week. The conclusion was that it was a propellant leak, which resulted in a hydraulic valve not operating correctly.
I'll still give this guy a like though.
And resulted in lower thrust from one of the engines. In the meantime, Blue Origin's rocket factory had delivered its next booster. No, it's necessary, a reference of course to Interstellar. And so Blue Origin had been expecting the investigation to be closed and they were prepared for a rapid return to flight. The goal, I think, was maybe first few days of June. The payload...
Dude, look at these. That's a big ass roller. Doing the same thing down the other end. You can just flip a switch and the whole thing just rotates.
To flight. The goal, I think, was maybe first few days of June. The payload for this flight was going to be a batch of satellites for Amazon's Leo constellation, and this was going to be the first really heavy payload that New Glenn was going to launch. The 48 satellites are expected to weigh just under 30 tons, which is still a long way short of the 45-ton payload that was promised.
That's so crazy. I applied to work at the Blue Origin when they first put it up. Like 7 years ago. I applied to work there as a orbital welder to weld their shit together. Not these. These are Ariel one-piece rockets and stuff. Like, well, not one piece, but
By
separate
New
pieces.
Glenn.
But like on the engines and shit.
But it's a bit more than what Falcon 9 does with Starlink. So this new booster was mated with an upper stage and was loaded onto the transporter erector and rolled out to the pad in preparation with a test fire. Now, Blue Origin didn't tell anyone exactly when to expect it, but just before 9 PM it was fully fueled. We saw the deluge system start and then ignition. In previous static fires, we didn't see any fire like that, never mind a giant fireball and an even bigger fireball which overloaded the sensor, which faded to reveal a giant fireball. Whatever happened, it appears the tanks ruptured very quickly, the propellant was dispersed, and, you know...
Like Blue Origin, they just throws that fucking shit up, I guess. This isn't the first time. I don't know, last year's time where they've had accidents. Like they had a problem last year with propellant leaking, and they had to scrub their launch to fix a fuel problem. Oh wait, was it a fuel problem or was it a door? It was a door not closing, I think.
We essentially have over 1,000 tons of liquid oxygen and methane burning together, producing a mushroom cloud, and this is like at least 1 kiloton yield. It's big enough to produce a classic mushroom cloud which disappeared up into the clouds and even showed up on a weather radar. Now the good news is that soon after we found out that everyone was accounted for.
It wasn't all that loud. The booster's coming back down 100 times louder than what that explosion was.
Nobody was injured, everyone was at a safe distance because this was an incredibly violent event. The bad news is this is going to have effects far beyond Blue Origin. So yeah, Blue Origin were anxious to return to flight, to get their rocket going, because they have a whole bunch of things they need to fly. And their customer, Amazon in this case, they are working against a deadline to fill out their constellation so that they can actually start operating it, start having customers, and not have to negotiate again to retain the frequencies that they have acquired.
Amazon is doing the shipping? What?
Amazon have also been using Falcon 9, Vulcan, and Ariane 6, but we all know Vulcan is sort of down for the count right now. Falcon 9 is limited because they really only...
What the hell is... Why would Amazon be... I mean, I guess it's shipping, but they send them like fucking bags of Cool Ranch Doritos to frickin' England via the rocket or something?
Only have one East Coast launch site now, and they have only one barge. Ariane 6, it's never been the swiftest piece of hardware.
God, a stinking ad.
AST Space Mobile is also in a similar situation. They were going to be relying on New Glenn to launch a bunch of their satellites, and now they are going to have to find somewhere else to do that, and the capacity isn't really there. And let's not forget that ULA's Vulcan is using the BE-4 engines, which were certainly...
That's... Dude, I'm actually happy that they just lost out on a shit ton of launches this year. Because some of these rockets, they even during the middle of the day when it's louder out, it's ridiculous. Listen, them go up 3 times a week.
Proximate to this particular failure. They may not be responsible, but it's not entirely unreasonable to expect that Vulcan might have some extra downtime due to this event. Blue Origin's launch site, Slick 36, is going to have to be rebuilt. We've seen one of the lightning towers has already been knocked down. I'm pretty sure the transporter erector...
Was that up in the... No, it wasn't up. That's a good distance away. Holy shit. They bring these things out and they just raise them up out there, I guess. That's not even a picture of the explosion. That's just a random picture. This guy saw
is destroyed. They will need another one of those. They'll probably need to...
Yeah, no shit, it's destroyed. There's a freaking massive fucking explosion. It's a 1 kiloton or whatever.
To rebuild a lot of their ground equipment, and the only other booster they have is sitting in that building at the bottom left. It is entirely possible that while Never Tell Me the Odds wasn't being tested, that it could still have been damaged by this event. Now, many of you will remember that SpaceX, when they had a booster explode on...
Probably is. I'm expecting the door on this side of the building to probably kicked in.
The pad, they were able to investigate the problem and get flying again within like 4 months or so. However, that hides the fact that that explosion happened on pad Slick 40, and when they returned to flight, they were able to do that on pad 39. It took them well over a year to get launches going back from Slick 40 again. Now, earlier in the week, Blue Origin were celebrating the fact that they had got 2 new lunar landing missions for their Blue Moon Mark 1 lander. These were both...
They can kiss those landing missions goodbye.
Missions to deliver rovers to the moon in advance of Artemis 4. Prior to this, there's supposed to be 2 launches of Blue Moon Mark 1 to demonstrate its capabilities and then take the Viper rover to the moon. Blue Moon can't launch on anything else. It's too big for anyone else's fairings and it's too heavy. And of course, they were really hoping to have their HLS demonstrator in orbit next year in time for Artemis 3. What this is saying basically, with a potential 1-year stand down on New Glenn, that knocks a big hole in possible Artemis plans. There will still be CLIPS missions flying, and the Moonfall drones, those will fly on a Falcon 9 with a Firefly's, Elytra stage. But with many months of a stand down, a return to flight for New Glenn, and of course multiple test flights of the Mark 1, it's not clear that they will necessarily have all the assets in place that they want for a planned lunar landing in 2028. So anyway, let's go back and actually take a look at the footage.
Blue Origin, I don't think they're going to be launching shit for the next 2 years. Because, I mean, there was a, SpaceX had an explosion. They didn't lose their entire fucking rocket. Like, their explosion was like a minor explosion. Set shit on fire. The whole rocket got obliterated from Blue Origin.
To see if there's
Like, they're not gonna be allowed to fucking launch shit for a while.
anything
At least they better not be allowed to launch anything for a while.
that we noticed, anything that's worth talking about. So I actually rewound the camera to just beforehand. This is like, running at 4 times speed, just so you can see there is a lot of condensation coming off that rocket. They have loaded a bunch of propellant onto this. Some people said that this was a combination test and a wet dress rehearsal. We don't know exactly how much propellant was loaded onto the rocket, but we do know that a fully fueled New Glenn is over like 1,300 tons. Now from this side, we can't actually see most of the rocket because we have the transporter erector in its way. This is another angle from earlier in the day. So going from the left, you can see the white building, which...
Why does New Glenn just look like a giant butt plug? Tapered at the base.
Has the boosters where they're integrated with the upper stages. To the right of that is the reinforced lightning tower. To the right of that we have the booster on its transporter erector. Again, we can't see it because it's on the far side of that. To the right of that we have the other lightning tower, which isn't quite as strong. You can see a flare stack, and then there's a water tower which is used to drive the...
That lighthouse is out there because this whole area used to be a small town out here. So the government came along with, okay, get the fuck out of here, we're taking you town. We got sent shit to the moon here.
The deluge system, and right on the very right there, you can see the lighthouse. So now going back to just before the event, the camera zoomed in a bit so you can't see the lighthouse, but you can see those towers on either side with the red lights that are used to show aircraft where they are. Now, just before the engines fire, they're going to activate the water deluge system. So if you look down the base, you will see a large amount of water mist come in as we reach like T0. By the way, I'm running this at 1/4 speed. There we go. You see all that water coming up? And then we get this very, very bright flash. Now, freeze framed it at exactly that moment. Now, on a previous test fire, which NASA Spaceflight also shot, we did not see anything bright like that. So the moment that we saw any light coming out of those engines was the moment that something was definitely going wrong. Now, to be clear, that light might just actually be getting scattered by the deluge system, but at a certain point this is clearly getting out of control and propagating up the rocket. It is something that's happening very quickly. And now I want to freeze frame this moment because you can see there is a bright spot that has appeared near the top of the rocket.
This was probably around the point where my neighborhood looked like it was fucking dawn.
Rocket. Now, some people said that they think this is the second stage starting to explode. I'm not convinced because I think what's really happening is that there's just essentially a wall of fire or whatever between the booster and the transporter erector, and we simply can't see it until it reaches that high. Now, I even wondered whether there would be propellant in the second stage. You know, why would you fuel a second stage for a first stage test? Well, you know, if this is a wet dress rehearsal, it might make sense to actually load that up. And certainly having the second stage full of liquid hydrogen would definitely make this event a little more ferociter, as Blue Origin would like to say. So now running again, 4 seconds after the engine ignition, there is this...
No, Blue Origin fucked up, bro. This thing, honestly, it looks more like it could be like insurance fraud. That's one massive write-off right there. Blowing up a whole fucking rocket. Like how much did they get set back last year?
Massive flash. And it's just a couple of frames that absolutely overwhelms the camera. And I'm pretty sure at that point the entire booster has just disintegrated. This doesn't look like the SpaceX Amos 6 failure where the booster on the pad, you could actually see the liquid oxygen spilling down and turbulently mixing and burning. This case, it feels more like a detonation almost. In fact, if we rewind and run this section again, you can absolutely see a very well-defined pressure wave coming off of this.
The one who dies with the most toys
Look at this amazing demonstration.
I tried to estimate the speed of it, but I really didn't come up with good answers. Those towers are about 150 meters tall if you actually want to try and figure it out yourself. Speaking of the towers, pay attention to the left one, very visibly moving in reaction to the forces. That's the one that would actually remain standing. The one on the right is the one that falls down, but I can't actually see it falling down. It just sort of gets consumed by the fireball, and then the next time we see any evidence for it, it's no longer there. Anyway, later in the timeline, the camera person has pulled back. We can see these trails of...
That's the mushroom fucking cloud going up. Looks like it launched debris all that far. That shit definitely went a lot higher up though. I don't. It floats from the top of the rocket and go out.
Of what I presume are COPVs that have been unleashed. They've escaped. And they're going a long way out. They're going far enough out that they could have hit that the assembly building. So this is why we're all concerned about damage happening to the other booster, although at this point I think they could very easily build another booster. It's the launch site which is going to consume most of their time and resources. So I'm told this fireball was visible for a long way around, and there are people apparently who saw it or recognized it as far away as Orlando, which is like 50 miles away. Now this is...
Orlando's more than 50 miles. Orlando's probably closer to 100 from where this is at.
Almost certainly the biggest blast that has ever been seen at the Cape.
I'm at least 20 or 30.
Possible this is at least as big as some of the Starship blasts that have happened in Boca Chica. However, the Soviet Union's N-1 rocket was definitely bigger and blastier as these things go. However, I once again want to remind you that it is not a game, this is not a sport. This is, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to have to start dealing with the fallout from this. So there is another thing I want to point out, and that is the sound. Now, the sound was picked up, several miles away, obviously.
Sound wasn't that bad. I didn't hear shit.
There was a bit of a...
Like I said, 7 miles away, so I'm over 7 miles. Why I didn't hear the sound. It was like a dude. Like a little dude. Like, oh, something blew up.
Lag, but normally when something this size explodes, it tends to sound more rumbly. This sounded a lot more like a pop. The audio recorded immediately beforehand doesn't show any evidence of the engine starting to spool up or fire or anything like that. It's literally just like background noise and then pop as that tank goes. So what I'm saying is that this event isn't simply something burned and then the fire got worse. This went from zero to destruction in a very, very small amount of time. As we speak, there are still fires burning around the site. Some of the structures are burning. There are emergency services there trying to get things under control. But we will find out a lot more in the morning as to what is still standing, what's going to need to be replaced. But this is not going to be a quick fix. And then Blue Origin are going to have...
No. Their response to the explosion was not to try putting out the fire. It was to just let it burn. The fact that it's smoky as shit out still is probably only because it downpoured last night.
Have to decide how they're going to get back to flight status, how long that's going to be, because it turns out that NASA apparently is really depending upon them to be a big part of the Artemis program, a big part of lunar landing in the next few years. The factory had been churning out second stages in anticipation of lots of New Glenn flights. That's going to be stopped. Maybe they'll start working on that 9x4 booster instead. Once again, I'm glad nobody was hurt. I can't wait to see Blue Origin fly again. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
Okay, a cool little rocket thing or something? Get a regular thumbs up. Yeah, I don't think Blue Origin is going to be flying at all for a while. Even like you said, the explosion, there should have been a shockwave. Like I am close enough where I should have felt it. What up, Blanca? I didn't see you. I didn't see you. Did you just comment or something? How long ago was that? Shit. That's crazy. No, like I didn't feel explosion or anything for that matter. It was just the orange sky. Like I turned around because the sky lit up and it just looked like it was daylight for a second. That was a nice video. Um, I'm not paying $15 a month to remove ads. 2-month trial for $0. I had a 6-month trial free. What was like 1 year? Nope. Don't want to download it. You think there will be like a lot more on the Blue Origin explosion, dude? My short didn't even make frickin' the top. I got like 900 views, dude. Yeah, I don't make it. That's crazy. Oh well. Jeff Bezos' rocket blew up. It's funny. Be back. I'll be right back. They won't be launching shit for a while. That's like a massive oversight. Where I got ice cream sandwich. Fuck yeah. See. Oh, there's a straight chocolate ice cream sandwich. Would be freaking amazing. I guess the strawberry and vanilla in there too makes it pretty good. Um, you eat an ice cream sandwich, you don't lick the ice cream on the wrapper. Oh, bet.
Overnight, a massive fireball lit up the sky over Cape Canaveral, Florida, after a Blue Origin rocket exploded on the launch pad. No one was on board, and all personnel have been reported safe. The company says the rocket experienced an anomaly during an engine test for the massive 320-foot tall new.
No shit, dude. I'm gonna call it an anomaly, like, dude. I mean, it's not normal for something to blow up, but I think there was oversight. Still thinking there was a lot of
The
oversight.
explosion also took down one of two towers meant to protect the rocket from lightning.
Oh shit, dude. Messed up. But yeah.
Overnight, a massive fireball lit up the sky over Cape Canaveral, Florida, after a Blue Origin rocket exploded on the launch pad. No one was on board, and all personnel have been reported safe. The company says the rocket experienced an anomaly during an engine test for the massive 320-foot tall New Glenn rocket. The explosion also took down one of two towers meant to protect the rocket from lightning. The explosion comes just days after NASA announced a nearly $500 million contract with Blue Origin to carry out various missions to the moon, including the deliveries of a lunar lander and lunar rovers using a New Glenn rocket. The first of which was set for this fall. Experts now predict delays, citing the loss of the rocket, but also the loss of the launch pad, which is only one equipped to launch the New Glenn.
It takes more than a year to build these. These are probably multi-$100 million to billion-dollar facilities. And my early reports are that there's severe damage at the
SpaceX one blew up.
And my early reports.
The SpaceX one blew up and it only damaged like shit around the base and some of the support braces. It only screwed up a few of them. And so there was like one of these squares right here got screwed up somewhere along the bottom or in the midsection, so they had to like support the damn thing and take it out and replace it. This one just completely destroyed the tower.
Severe damage at the launch site. It's going to take them a long time to rebuild that site. Blue Origin had emerged as really a key player in NASA's efforts to return to the moon and really compete with China in that regard. And so this is pretty devastating to that effect, and it honestly, it just increases the pressure on SpaceX to perform with its Starship vehicle.
Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos said it was a very rough day, but we'll rebuild whatever needs rebuilding and get back to flying. It's worth it. Overnight, a massive fireball lit up.
This was the moment Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket just blew up on the launch pad.
Overnight, a massive.
Yeah. So crazy. I want to see like Jeff Bezos actually speaking on it, dude. I watched this already. Was this a view from the port when it exploded, or no? I've already the same thing I've already seen. That motion clone's insane. Back to Fortnite, bro. Fortnite. Cool, cool, cool. Steadily going up. Um, boom, boom, boom. Fortnite W incoming. Battle Royale. Zero build duels in uh rank. Oh wait. Solo. I'm not going into I'm not going into a duels fucking rank match. Screw that. Those guys will probably eat me alive. 7 days left. You got 7 days. So battle pass is over. I don't think I'll finish the battle pass. So I won't get all the XP. I'm just mad at someone to start. Bow, 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 bow. I don't know why it's so grainy. That's crazy. They're already full shield. Yeah, I'll get a W. Go back to the lobby and I won't let my headset charge for like a few seconds because if not, it's just gonna keep dying. I don't feel like sitting here with a cord in my lap. So, but I'll be back. Okay. Is that dark? That um. Reach level 50? Oh, yeah, no. Hello? Is that working? Oh. Okay, bet. My thought it stopped working. Shit. Oh. What do we have over here? I wanted to go in there. What the hell? Why is it all grainy today? Guys aren't teaming. There's other guys over there, and there's other guys over in the corner. And they're not bothering each other. Rank Fortnite till I get a W. Uh-oh. Yeah. They're like non-ranked. Got a good warm up going. See if I can get someone to do some duels with me. I want to see if someone would duel. Be my duel. Uh, my duo. I come on. Uh, boom. Do 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 do. Link. There we go. I think that worked. All right, so this is Waiting for someone to comment on my shit that the audio sounds horrible. Oh, a dog attack? Holy shit. Okay. Play quads. Quad squad. Yo, look at last. Hey. wife? Oh my god. There comes the sun. Oh lord, that volume's extremely high. Yeah, that shit. That's stupid, stupid loud. Holy shit. Oi. Ow. Fucked up. Kill, 2 kill. They go up the stairs or something? Got more kills than that, Jesus Christ. Shit. Fuck! They're coming to revive their teammate too. I thought they were on the other side of the building. They weren't. They were coming from that way. Dang. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Getting too hot. I'm gonna have to end stream. Do this last match. I have to get off. Even with my advanced cooling technologies, it's too hot. Tapped out. Alright, I gotta get off. My computer's gonna blow up if I don't. Oh, I probably don't need to get off, but can't be playing Fortnite. Let me try something. I feel to cool it down some. Okay, I literally did the best I could. I got to cool it down significantly all at once. At least have the at least have it so the roof isn't scorching. Scorching. Yeah. Uh yeah, shit. Gotta go because there's nothing that I can do to there's nothing I can do right now to lower temperatures anymore. I am at my full capability besides not playing the game and I don't know what else to do. I could keep on watching videos and reacting, but I think that's really lame. But I don't want to do react content. React content is like it's lowbrow, low effort. It's like, wow, yeah, all right, uh-huh. Next thing you know, I'm freaking. It wouldn't be bad for getting popular doing React content, but I don't want to become popular for doing React content. It's wicked grainy. Horrible. No, I don't want to become popular. Screw that shit. Yeah, I do got sweet beard. I probably should do it, but I'm gonna get off here. It's 6 hours. I can get back on probably in another 4 hours, 5 hours. I'll be back perhaps, maybe.